Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Sleepy Crime. I know many of you enjoy listening to these stories as you fall asleep. So before you drift off, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where in the world you're tuning in from. And if you're enjoying the story, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps the channel grow. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that this story involves real people and real tragedies. We tell these stories not for entertainment, but to remember the victims and perhaps help others recognize the warning signs that could prevent similar tragedies. For the best experience, feel free to lower the volume a little, just enough to let the story gently carry you off to sleep. Alright, please get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Tonight, let me tell you a story. It's a story that unfolds slowly, over many years, through the quiet suburbs of Missouri. This is not a tale of sudden violence or shocking revelations, but rather a narrative that builds gradually, like clouds gathering before a storm. This story is about two young women separated by nearly a decade, whose fates became intertwined in the most tragic of ways. It's about promises broken, warnings unheeded, and a truth that took 10 long years to surface. So, let me take you back to a spring morning in Belton, Missouri in the year 2007. The morning of May 4th, 2007, began like any other morning in the Beckford household. 17-year-old Kara Kopetsky woke in her room, surrounded by the typical trappings of teenage life. Music posters adorned her walls. An iPod she'd received for Christmas sat on her nightstand. A nearly full carton of cigarettes rested in her drawer, minus just one pack. Kara had been born in Frankfurt, Germany, on February 17, 1990. Her parents, Rhonda and Michael Kopetsky, had since separated, and Rhonda had remarried a man named Jim Beckford. Those who knew Kara described her as someone with a contagious smile and a carefree spirit. She was loyal to her friends and family, sometimes to a fault. She had that particular quality that made people feel seen, feel heard, feel valued. She loved music, animals, and shopping. She worked after school as a cashier at Popeye's Chicken in Belton, saving money while juggling her junior year at Belton High School. That morning, Rhonda dropped Kara off at school, just as she had done countless times before. But there was something Kara had forgotten. Mid-morning, she called her mother from school. She needed a textbook. Could her mother bring it? Rhonda agreed, drove to the school, and dropped the book off at the front desk. She also left Kara's work uniform, knowing her daughter had a shift that evening. She did not see Kara when she made the delivery. It was a small thing, unremarkable at the time, but it would haunt her later. Around 9:19 that morning, security cameras at Belton High School captured Kara walking down a hallway. She was alone, moving with purpose. Kara had a habit of skipping third period, something she did quite often. The cameras showed her heading toward an exit. It was the last time anyone would see Kara Kopetsky alive. When she didn't come home after school, when she didn't pick up her paycheck from Popeye's as scheduled, when calls to her cell phone went unanswered, her family grew concerned. That evening, they filed a missing person report with the Belton Police Department. Everything Kara owned remained at home. Her debit card was found in her school locker. Her bank account showed no activity after that morning. The cigarettes, the iPod, her clothes, all untouched. Only her cell phone and purse were missing. The investigation began immediately, and it didn't take long for a name to surface. Kyler Yust. He was 18 years old, and he was Kara's ex-boyfriend. Kara and Kyler Yust had dated on and off since the fall of 2000s. This was a relationship that had lasted about 9 months. But those 9 months had been marked by turbulence. By April of 2007, Kara had decided to end things permanently. She had her reasons. 2 days later, on April 30th, Kara received an order of protection against Yust. In her handwritten statement to the court, she described the relationship defined by escalating abuse. He had kidnapped her. He had restrained her. He had choked her. She wrote that she was unsure of what he will do next, because the abuse has gotten worse over time. The order was served to Yust on May 1st, just 3 days before Kara vanished. When police questioned Yust about Kara's disappearance, he denied seeing her on May 4th. He claimed the last time he'd been in contact with her was the afternoon of May 3rd. He mentioned a missed call from Kara on May 4th, but said she didn't answer when he tried to return it. But phone records told a different story. Those records showed that Kara called Just at 9:13 that morning. He called her back at 9:20. The security footage showed Kara leaving school at 9:19. Right between those two calls, 1 minute before Just's callback, the timeline was damning. But there was no body, no physical evidence, nothing to build a case upon. Kyril Just was questioned, considered a person of interest, but never charged. The investigation into Kara's disappearance eventually went cold. And yet, even as the case grew cold, something peculiar began to happen. People started coming forward, not with evidence exactly, but with stories, confessions, admissions. Between 2007 and 2016, at least 6 different people told police that Kyle Yost had confessed to killing Kara Kopetsky. 6 separate individuals. 6 similar stories. One of those people was Caitlin Ferris, a young woman who had dated Yost when she was 16 or 17 years old. Yost had told Ferris that he'd taken Kara to his apartment, and she was never seen again. He described grabbing her by the hair, dragging her back when she wouldn't get in his car. In 2011, 4 years after Kara's disappearance, Ferris agreed to do something extraordinary. She agreed to wear a wire for the FBI. For an entire day, she spent time with Yost recording their conversations. They drove around Kansas City. They got breakfast. They went to a craft store to buy supplies to make a homemade Ouija board. Yost wanted to try to contact Kara's spirit. He said Ferris was the only person he'd told about what happened to Kara. The FBI recordings captured something chilling. At one point, Yost could be heard saying, mid-sentence, "On the day I'm going to visit the death spot of my ex-girlfriend that I killed." Later, in a moment of what seemed like confession, he said, "I killed her and left her out there." The recordings captured them walking to a wooded area, a place Yost called his spot. He remarked that it was the one place he'd sworn never to return to. Ferris, playing along, commented on how difficult the terrain was, how hard it must have been to carry Kara's body downhill. Yost didn't disagree, but confession on a recording wasn't enough. There was still no body, no DNA evidence, no physical proof that a crime had even occurred. Other people came forward too. Former friends, former girlfriends, a bandmate named Aaron Caponetto, testified years later that Yost had asked him if he'd ever loved someone so much that he'd rather see them dead than with someone else. And Yost admitted he'd killed Kara. He said he'd strangled her. Another former girlfriend, Candace St. Clair, told a harrowing story of her own relationship with Yost. In 2011, when she was 6 months pregnant, she tried to leave him. Yost found her packing her bags. He got on top of her. He put his hands around her neck, hand over hand, trying to crush her trachea. He would choke her until she lost consciousness, then punch her legs to wake her up, then choke her again. During this assault, he told her, "I have killed ex-girlfriends before out of sheer jealousy. I will kill you." He also told her something else, that he knew of pigs that would eat anything, including bones. That night, according to St. Clair, Yost killed 3 of her cats. Yost pleaded guilty to animal cruelty and served 120 days in jail. He was placed on probation, but he was never charged with Kara's murder. The years passed. 2008, 2009, 2010. Kara's family never stopped searching. They held annual walks to keep her memory alive, to keep her story in the public eye. Her mother, Rhonda, had made a vow on May 4th, 2007, the day Kara disappeared. She vowed never to give up. In August of 2016, Killer Yost was released from prison after serving time on drug-related charges. He'd been out of prison for just 5 weeks when another young woman went missing. Jessica Renians was 21 years old in September of 2016. She had recently been promoted to a manager position at her job as a pastry chef at a senior living community. She was skilled at making and decorating cakes, signing her name to her work with pride. Her father, John, described her as beautiful, bright, and cheerful. She was close to her family, especially her 2 younger sisters, Megan and one other sister. She had dreams of going to college to study journalism. Jessica had recently had her appendix removed and was scheduled for a follow-up doctor's appointment on September 9th. Her mother, Jamie, was planning to go with her to that appointment. On the evening of September 8th, 2016, Jessica attended a party at a house in Grandview, Missouri. It was a gathering of friends. Nothing unusual. At some point during the evening, she was seen leaving with a man. That man was Kyler Yost. He was a longtime friend of Jessica's boyfriend. Someone familiar enough that giving him a ride home wouldn't have seemed dangerous. Jessica never made it home that night. Her phone went straight to voicemail when family tried to call. She didn't show up for the doctor's appointment on the 9th. Her family filed a missing person report that same day. In the early morning hours of September 10th, at approximately 1:41 in the morning, a witness driving home from work saw a large fire off Blue Parkway in Kansas City, not far from Yost's grandfather's house. The witness called 911 and stayed until emergency services arrived. Firefighters extinguished the flames and discovered that the burning vehicle was a black Chevy Equinox. It was Jessica Runyon's car. The next day, September 11th, Kyler Yost was arrested in Edwards, Missouri, at an abandoned trailer that belonged to a friend of his half-brother's family. He'd been hiding there since Jessica's disappearance, living on non-perishable food he'd brought with him. When police found him, his face and hands showed signs of burns. Yost was charged with knowingly burning Jessica's vehicle, a felony, but he wasn't charged with murder. Not yet. There was no body, no proof of what had happened to Jessica Runyons, but people had seen them together at the party. Witnesses said Yost had been drinking, had been possessive toward Jessica, that they'd been arguing, and then there were the confessions. Just as before, people came forward saying Yost had admitted to killing Jessica. A friend told police that Yost had confessed to strangling Jessica and taking her body into a wooded area. The friend said he'd been with Yost when he burned Jessica's car, had watched him do it, had taken Yost to his house afterward to recover from the burns. But still, there was no body, no physical evidence. The search for Jessica Runyons continued through the fall and winter of 2016. Her family organized search parties every Sunday. They created maps covering their entire hallway, marking every area they'd looked. Her father, John, went out searching every single day. The community rallied around the family, but as winter set in, hope became harder to hold on to. 7 months passed. 7 months of searching. 7 months of not knowing. And then in April of 2017, everything changed. April 3rd, 2017, was an ordinary day for a mushroom hunter exploring a wooded area in rural Cass County, Missouri. The location was near 233rd Street and Y Highway, a remote spot surrounded by farmland and forest. The hunter was searching for morel mushrooms, a springtime delicacy, when they came across something that didn't belong. Human remains. A skull. Law enforcement was called immediately. As investigators combed through the area, they made another discovery. A second set of remains nearby. These remains appeared much older, weathered by years of exposure to the elements. The second set of remains required more extensive testing. They were sent to the FBI crime laboratory in Quantico, Virginia. The identification process took months. It wasn't until August 16th, 2017, that the results came back. The second set of remains belonged to Kara Kopetsky, 10 years. Kara had been missing for 10 years, and all that time she had been there, in that wooded spot, waiting to be found. The two young women who had never known each other in life, who had disappeared nearly a decade apart, had been left in the same location, together. The news devastated both families, but it also brought something they'd been longing for all those years. Closure. Answers. The chance to finally lay their daughters to rest. For Rhonda Beckford, Kara's mother, the discovery was bittersweet. It's been a long 10 years, she told reporters. We finally can bring her home and bury her and put her to rest. We're so thankful that Kara's not missing anymore. That she's been found. Of course it's not the way that you want her story to end. Her life was stolen from her when she was 17. Jessica's mother, Jamie Runyons, had been in touch with Kara's family since Jessica's disappearance. She had researched Kyler Yost's name online after he was arrested, discovered his connection to Kara's case, and reached out. The two families had bonded over their shared nightmare, supporting each other through the search. We're stronger as a team, Jamie said. "We've become a family." On October 5th, 2017, exactly 6 months after the remains were discovered, Kailer Yust was charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder, one for Kara Kopetsky, one for Jessica Runyon. He was also charged with 2 counts of abandonment of a corpse, though those charges would later be dismissed. He pleaded not guilty to all charges. Yust was held on a $1 million bond. The case that had haunted the Kansas City area for a decade was finally moving forward, but justice would not come quickly. Legal proceedings dragged on for years. Delays, continuances, motions, appeal. The trial wouldn't begin until April of 2021, nearly 4 years after the charges were filed, and 14 years after Kara's disappearance. The trial of Kailer Yust began on April 5th, 2021, in Harrisonville, Missouri, due to the extensive publicity the case had received over the years. The jury was selected from St. Charles County across the state to avoid any bias from local residents. The jury consisted of 13 women and 3 men. They were sequestered, instructed to avoid all media coverage, and warned not to discuss the case outside the courtroom. Cass County Prosecutor Ben Butler delivered the opening statement for the prosecution. He painted a picture of a man consumed by jealousy and possessiveness, a man who believed that if he couldn't have these women, no one could. When Kara tried to end her relationship with Yust because of abuse, Butler said, Yust said, "If I can't have her, nobody can." He described how Yust had murdered Jessica with the same deliberation 9 years later, then returned to his spot to dispose of the second body. The defense attorney Sharon Turlington countered that there was no physical evidence linking Yust to either murder. Not one hair or drop of blood, she said, connected him to these crimes. She argued that Yust had illegibilized for both days in question, that he'd spent time with family members, attended band practice. She suggested that Yust's deceased half-brother, Jessup Carter, could have been responsible instead. Kailer Yust is innocent, she declared. Over the course of the trial, the prosecution called dozens of witnesses. Kara's mother, Rhonda Beckford, took the stand and described the 10-year nightmare her family had endured. "It ripped our whole life, our whole family apart, and changed our lives forever," she testified. Jessica's mother, Jamie Renyons, described the 7 months of searching, the desperate hope that slowly faded, the pain of not knowing. "Not only was I searching for one daughter," she said, "I was trying to keep my other daughter alive." Jessica's younger sister, Megan, had fallen into such despair after Jessica's disappearance that she dropped out of high school. She couldn't bear being known as the dead girl's sister. The prosecution presented the FBI wiretap recordings from 2011. The jury listened to hours of audio, hearing Yost talk about visiting the death spot of my ex-girlfriend that I killed. They heard him say, "I killed her and left her out there." They watched video from the hidden camera in Catelyn Ferris's car, as she and Jost drove to the wooded area where they attempted to contact Kara's spirit with a Ouija board. Former girlfriends testified about Yust's violence. Candace St. Clair described how he choked her while she was pregnant, how he told her he'd killed ex-girlfriends before out of jealousy. She testified that Yust had mentioned Kara to her, saying something bad had happened to Kara, and that she was heavy. Multiple witnesses testified that Yust had confessed to them over the years. Former friends, former romantic partners, all telling similar stories. And then, on the 9th day of the trial, something unexpected happened. Kailer Yust took the stand. It shocked the courtroom. Gasps could be heard. For nearly 14 years, Yust had remained largely silent about the allegations against him. Now finally, he would speak. Yust denied any involvement in either death. He claimed he'd been with Kara on May 4th, 2007, something he'd never admitted before. He said Kara didn't want to go with him to visit his great aunt at a nursing home, so his half-brother Jessup Carter was going to drop her off at a skate park. He was accusing Carter, who had since died, of the murders. As for the confessions, Yust claimed he'd been acting, playing into what he believed was Catelyn Ferris's sexual fantasy. He said he'd been at a low point in life and wanted attention. He denied ever telling anyone the truth about what happened, because he claimed he didn't know what happened. The prosecution tore into his testimony. Why had he waited nearly 14 years to tell this story? Why was he only now admitting to being with Kara on the day she disappeared? Why was he blaming a dead man who couldn't defend himself? After nearly 2 weeks of testimony, the case went to the jury. The jury deliberated for approximately 15 hours. They asked to review several pieces of evidence. They considered the testimony they'd heard, the recordings they'd listened to, the timeline the prosecution had constructed. On April 15th, 2021, they reached their verdict. Kyle Yost was found guilty of voluntary manslaughter in the death of Kara Kopetsky. He was found guilty of second-degree murder in the death of Jessica Runyons. The verdicts were not what the prosecution had hoped for. They charged Yost with first-degree murder on both counts, seeking to prove deliberation and premeditation. The jury, however, found that while Yost had killed both women, there wasn't enough evidence to convict on first-degree charges. Yost showed no emotion as the verdict was read. He stood silently, his face expressionless. Behind him, the families of Kara and Jessica wept. The sentencing phase began the next day. Family members took the stand to deliver victim impact statements. Jim Beckford, Kara's stepfather, fought through tears to describe her. Kara was amazing. She was exceptional. She was likable, he said. He described her as kind, affectionate, exciting, spontaneous. Rhonda Beckford told the jury she didn't feel justice had been truly served with the voluntary manslaughter charge for Kara, but she urged them to impose the maximum sentence. He will do this again, she said. John Runyons told the jury about his daughter's beauty, her happiness, all the moments he would never have with her. I don't get to walk my daughter down the aisle, he sobbed. Our family is broken forever. Megan Runyons, Jessica's younger sister, described falling into despair after her sister's disappearance, becoming known as the dead girl's sister, losing her will to live. Jamie Runyons spoke about watching Jessica's friends grow up, get married, have children, while her own daughter remained frozen at 21. I have to sit and watch all of her friends have babies, get married, live their life, she said. The jury recommended the maximum sentences: 15 years in prison for voluntary manslaughter in Kara's death, life in prison, which in Missouri is capped at 30 years, for the second-degree murder conviction in Jessica's death. On June 7th, 2021, Judge William Collins accepted the jury's recommendations, but he went one step further. He ordered that the sentences be served consecutively, not concurrently, back to back, which meant Kara Yost would spend 45 years in prison. At 32 years old, Yost would not be eligible for parole until he was 77.
The manipulation ends today. Prosecutor Julie Tolle told the court. It ends today. Kyle Yost deserves every minute of every day in the Department of Corrections.
County attorneys filed an appeal, arguing that evidence of his prior bad acts should have been inadmissible, that the FBI recordings should have been suppressed, that the trial court had made multiple errors. As of now, those appeals have been unsuccessful. Kyle Yost remains in prison. In September of 2017, 10 years after she disappeared, Kara Kopetsky was finally laid to rest. Her family held a memorial service at the IBEW local union building in Kansas City. Friends, family, and community members gathered to remember the bright, loyal, loving girl whose life had been cut short at 17. Jessica Runyons was also given a proper burial, her family finally able to say goodbye to the daughter, sister, and friend they'd lost. The families of both young women have spoken about the importance of the community support they received over the years. Strangers who joined search parties, media outlets that kept their stories alive, law enforcement officers who never gave up on finding answers. If it wasn't for the community, we wouldn't be here today. Rhonda Beckford said after the verdict, "The love for the girls has just been overwhelming. The case of Kara Kopetsky and Jessica Runyons serves as a reminder of several difficult truths. That domestic violence often escalates. That restraining orders are pieces of paper that cannot physically protect someone from a determined abuser. That sometimes people confess to crimes, but the justice system cannot act without physical evidence. That families can wait years, even decades, for answers. But it also serves as a reminder that some mysteries, no matter how cold they seem, can eventually be solved. That dedication and persistence can lead to justice, even if that justice comes too late for the victims. That communities can come together to support those who are suffering, and that even in the darkest stories there can be moments of grace, of solidarity, of love. Two young women, separated by nearly a decade, connected by tragedy. Two families brought together by grief, united in their quest for justice. And one man whose jealousy and violence ended two promising lives, now spending the rest of his days behind bars. Kara and Jessica are gone, but they are not forgotten. Their stories have been told. Their names are remembered. And in that remembrance, perhaps, there is a small measure of peace. If this is your first time listening to one of our true crime stories, welcome to Mr. Sleepy Crime, where we explore these cases in a calm and respectful way. I also want to take a moment to appreciate my amazing subscribers who've been rocking with me. Thank you so much for your continued support. If you're still awake and listening, don't forget to drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and the current time in your corner of the world. Or just say something to let me know you're still here. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Now let's move on to our second story. Story 2. Tonight we're going to explore a story that begins with hope and ends in heartbreak. A story about a young mother, a night of freedom, and a tragedy that would shatter a close-knit family. This is the story of Sarah Good. As we settle in, we'll travel back to the summer of 2014, to a small community on Long Island, New York. Sarah Good was 21 years old in June of 2014, but in many ways she had already lived several lifetimes. Born as the youngest of 9 siblings in a large, loving family, Sarah knew from an early age what it meant to be surrounded by support and unconditional love. 7 sisters and 2 brothers made up her world, and in that constellation of siblings, she was the baby, the one everyone doted on. Her family was military connected, with service woven through their history like a golden thread. They understood discipline, sacrifice, and loyalty. These values shaped Sarah as she grew from a curious child into a determined young woman. When Sarah was just 17 years old, her life took an unexpected turn. She discovered she was pregnant. For many families, this might have been a source of shame or disappointment. But the Good family was different. They rallied around their youngest daughter with fierce protectiveness and unwavering support. Sarah gave birth to a daughter, Jocelyn, and in that moment, everything changed. Her sister Elizabeth would later recall how Sarah transformed instantly into a natural mother. She knew instinctively how to care for Jocelyn, how to soothe her cries, how to love her with every fiber of her being. Sarah never saw her daughter as an obstacle to her dreams. Instead, Jocelyn became the center of those dreams. Against all odds, Sarah didn't let young motherhood derail her ambitions. With her family's support, she graduated from high school. She went on to college, and then she landed a job as a medical technician, a career that allowed her to help others while providing for her daughter. Sarah was petite, with an infectious laugh that seemed to fill whatever room she entered. Her friends described her as outgoing, talkative, and fun to be around. She had a fearless quality about her, a willingness to speak her mind and stand up for what she believed in. Yet beneath that bold exterior was a young woman who always put others first, especially her. By the early summer of 2014, Sarah was navigating life as a single mother. The relationship with Jocelyn's father, a high school sweetheart who had joined the army, had not survived the test of time and distance. More recently, Sarah had ended a 2-year relationship with another boyfriend. The breakup had been difficult, leaving some tensions in its wake. But Sarah was resilient. She was focused on her daughter, her work, and building a stable, happy life. She lived with her mother and Jocelyn in their home in Medford, a suburban community in Suffolk County on Long Island. It was a quiet neighborhood of tree-lined streets and modest houses, where everyone seemed to know everyone else. Sarah's family remained her anchor. Her brother-in-law Nick Gianetto had been part of her life since she was 3 years old. He owned a flooring business, and had always been particular about details and finishes. Over the years, a special tradition had developed between Nick and Sarah. He would paint her nails for her, carefully applying polish with the precision of his trade, often joking that he did a better job than the nail salons. These quiet moments of connection meant everything to both of them. On Friday, June 6th, 2014, Sarah was looking forward to something she hadn't experienced in a long time: a night out with friends. As a dedicated single mother, Sarah's evenings were usually spent at home with Jocelyn. reading bedtime stories and tucking her in. But that night, she had made plans to meet up with friends at a party in Medford. Before walking out the door, Sarah stood in front of a mirror and took a selfie. In the photo, she's smiling, her freshly painted nails visible, her eyes bright with anticipation. She posted the image to Instagram, a small moment of vanity and excitement captured forever. It would be the last photograph Sarah would ever take of herself. She hugged her daughter goodbye, told Nick she loved him, and walked out into the warm June evening. None of them knew she would never come home. After leaving Nick's house, Sarah headed out to meet her friends. She had recently reconnected with Jason Flores, a childhood friend from the neighborhood. They had known each other for years but had drifted apart. As friends often do, in recent weeks they'd been catching up, reminiscing about old times. At approximately 6:51 that evening, Jason took a selfie of the two of them sitting in Sarah's gray 1999 BMW. Sarah was behind the wheel, beaming at the camera. The former prosecutor on the case would later describe that photo by saying Sarah looked genuinely happy, just radiating joy. From there, Sarah and Jason drove to pick up Brandon Allen, a close friend of Jason's. The three of them headed to a small gathering at a house in Medford. It wasn't a wild party, just a dozen or so people hanging out in the front yard of a home, talking and enjoying the pleasant summer night. Sarah seemed relaxed and happy. At 10:18 that evening, someone snapped a group photo of the attendees. Sarah is visible in the image, smiling among her friends. They stayed at the gathering for about 45 minutes, long enough to chat and catch up, but not so long that the evening felt heavy or complicated. Around 11 o'clock, Sarah, Jason, and Brandon left the gathering and headed back to Brandon's house. They settled in to watch The Hobbit, the Peter Jackson fantasy film that had become a popular way to spend an evening with friends. The movie played on, its epic battles and sweeping landscapes filling the screen as the three friends relaxed. Around 1 in the morning, Sarah decided it was time to head home. Jason left with her, walking her out to her car. They said their goodbyes, and Sarah drove off into the night. At 1:17 in the morning, Jason sent Sarah a text message. It was simple, the kind of message you send a friend after they leave your house late at night. Did you get home safe? There was a brief pause. Then Sarah's phone sent a response. Yes. That single word, that three-letter confirmation, would become crucial later, because it was the last known communication from Sarah Good's phone. The night deepened into morning. The stars wheeled overhead, and somewhere in the darkness of suburban Long Island, something terrible was happening. Saturday, June 7th, dawned bright and warm. It should have been a happy day for the Good family. There was a birthday party planned for one of Sarah's nephews. A small family gathering with cake and presents and the chaos of children playing. Sarah was supposed to be there. More importantly, she was supposed to pick up Jocelyn from Nick's house and bring her to the party. Sarah loved her nieces and nephews. She was always the first to volunteer to babysit, always ready to play games and tell stories. Missing a family event, especially a child's birthday, was simply not something Sarah would do. But as the morning wore on and the time for the party approached, Sarah didn't show up. Her phone went to voicemail. Text messages went unanswered. Nick Gianetto felt the first cold fingers of worry wrap around his heart. He knew Sarah. He'd known her since she was 3 years old. She was reliable, especially when it came to her daughter. Something was wrong. He could feel it in his bones. The family tried to stay calm. Sarah sometimes stayed out late with friends. Maybe she'd lost track of time. Maybe her phone had died. But as the hours passed and Sarah remained unreachable, the worry transformed into something sharper, more urgent. The Good family didn't wait for police to take the lead. This was their sister, their daughter, their beloved Sarah, all 9 siblings, mobilized. Parents, cousins, aunts, uncles, they all joined in. Friends from the neighborhood came out to help. 50 people, sometimes more, fanned out across Medford, calling Sarah's name, checking parks and parking lots, knocking on doors. They printed flyers with Sarah's photo, that beautiful smiling face, and posted them on telephone poles and shop windows throughout the community. The flyers described Sarah: 5 feet 2 inches tall, petite build, last seen wearing casual clothes. They listed her gray 1999 BMW and provided a phone number to call with any information. The family took shifts, searching around the clock. Every time they heard sirens, they would jump in their cars and race toward the sound, hoping it meant news, hoping for anything. Nick, Gianito, and Sarah's sisters barely slept. They barely ate. The only thing that mattered was finding Sarah and bringing her home. As part of their investigation, the family began tracking down everyone who had seen Sarah that Friday night. They became amateur detectives, interviewing friends, compiling timelines, trying to piece together Sarah's final hours. They discovered the party, identified who had been there, and began the painstaking process of accounting for everyone's movements. Then, 2 days after Sarah was reported missing, came the discovery that made everyone's blood run cold. Police had been alerted to an abandoned vehicle. An officer had spotted a gray BMW parked on Fire Avenue in Medford, not far from Sarah's home. The car had been sitting there empty and silent for at least a day. When investigators examined the vehicle, they found Sarah's purse inside, and they found blood. Quite a lot of blood, actually, on the hood and on the interior. This was no longer a missing person case. This was something far darker. The discovery of the car turned the search into something even more urgent and desperate. Volunteers continued to comb through the wooded areas surrounding where the BMW had been found. The terrain was difficult, overgrown with thick vegetation and rough underbrush. Searchers pushed through the undergrowth, calling Sarah's name, hoping against hope that she was out there somewhere, injured perhaps, but alive. Nick Gianito was among those searchers. He had been looking for Sarah non-stop, driven by love and an unshakable sense of responsibility. He had been one of the last people to see her happy, to paint her nails and share a laugh. He couldn't stop searching until he found her. On the evening of Thursday, June 12th, 6 days after Sarah had disappeared, Nick was searching a densely wooded area on Camden Court in Medford. The location was less than a mile from where Sarah's car had been abandoned. The trees were thick here, the ground uneven and covered with leaves and brambles. And then Nick found her. Sarah's body was lying in the woods, partially hidden by the undergrowth. She was half naked, discarded like refuse in a place that should have been peaceful and quiet. Nick's world shattered in that moment. The young woman he had known since she was a toddler, the sister-in-law who had become like a true sister to him, the mother who loved her daughter with such fierce devotion, was gone. The medical examiner's report would later reveal the horrific details of what had been done to Sarah Good. She had been raped, she had been beaten with such force that a piece of metal from the weapon had broken off and become lodged in her skull. And she had been stabbed more than 40 times. The brutality of the attack was almost incomprehensible. This wasn't just murder. This was rage, made manifest, violence beyond reason. Someone had destroyed Sarah Good with calculated viciousness, taking from the world a young mother, a loving daughter, a devoted sister. The Good family was devastated. The loss of Sarah created a wound that would never fully heal. But beneath the grief, another emotion began to burn. The need for justice. Who had done this, and why? The Suffolk County Police Department launched a full-scale murder investigation. Detectives began by focusing on the people closest to Sarah, as is standard in these cases. The reality of homicide investigations is that victims are most often killed by someone they know, someone in their immediate circle. The first person who came under scrutiny was Sarah's ex-boyfriend, DJ Waters. The breakup had been messy. There had been conflicts, arguments about social media posts, and perceived slights. Sarah had even filed a police report at one point, claiming that Waters had left her a threatening voicemail, demanding she take down posts about his family. His mother had allegedly called Sarah as well, making threats of her own. In the days before she disappeared, Sarah had posted some troubling messages on Twitter. On June 1st, she wrote something about someone creeping around her dead-end street. On June 3rd, she tweeted about being threatened for days. Were these messages about Waters and his family? Detectives brought Waters in for questioning. They looked hard at him and his family members. But as the investigation progressed, the evidence didn't point to Waters. His alibis checked out. There was no physical evidence linking him to the crime scene, or Sarah's car. Eventually, investigators cleared him and moved on. The next focus of the investigation was on Jason Flores and Brandon Allen, the two friends who had spent the evening with Sarah. They were, as far as anyone knew, the last people to see her alive. That made them crucial witnesses and also potential suspects. Detectives interviewed both men extensively. Flores explained the timeline of the evening, picking up Alan going to the party, watching The Hobbit at Alan's house, and then Sarah leaving around 1 in the morning. He showed them the text exchange where he asked if Sarah had gotten home safely and received the yes response at 1:17. Both Flores and Alan willingly provided DNA samples and palm prints. Investigators were particularly interested in the palm prints because of something they had discovered on Sarah's car. On the hood of the BMW, preserved in blood, was a clear handprint. Whoever had left that print had been at the scene, had likely been involved in the attack. When the forensic results came back, both Flores and Alan were excluded. The print wasn't theirs. Neither was the DNA found at the scene. And on Sarah's body, they were cleared of suspicion. So, if it wasn't the ex-boyfriend, and it wasn't the two friends who had killed Sarah Good, the breakthrough came from an unexpected source. One of Sarah's friends, a woman named Laura Cicero, had been looking through phone records. She and Sarah had been on a shared cell phone plan, which meant Laura had access to detailed records of Sarah's calls and texts. As she scrolled through the log of Sarah's phone activity from June 6th, Laura noticed something strange. There was an unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly in Sarah's call and text history from that day. The number had called Sarah multiple times. Sarah had responded to some of the calls and texts, but the conversation seemed one-sided, with the unknown number reaching out far more frequently than Sarah was responding. Laura brought this information to the police. Detectives traced the number. It belonged to someone named Dante Taylor. The name meant something to investigators. Dante Taylor was 19 years old, just a teenager, but he had a history. She had been at the party in Medford on June 6th. He was friends with Brandon Allen and Jason Flores. More disturbingly, he had a previous charge on his record. Attempted rape from 2011, an incident where he had confronted a woman in her own bedroom with a knife. Somehow she had managed to escape and press charges, but Taylor had never been fully prosecuted for that crime. Detectives brought Taylor in for questioning. He was cooperative at first, offering an explanation for why his number appeared so frequently on Sarah's phone. He claimed he had been calling Jason Flores, who didn't have his own phone at the time, and was using Sarah's phone to stay in touch with friends. That's why the calls and texts went to Sarah's number, Taylor insisted. He wasn't actually communicating with Sarah herself. It was a plausible explanation. But detectives weren't convinced. They asked Taylor for a DNA sample and palm prints. Initially, he provided them. That's when things got complicated. The evidence that police collected from Taylor, his DNA, his fingerprints, even evidence from his car, had all been obtained without probable cause, and without reading Taylor his Miranda rights. Worse, investigators had searched his car without a warrant. These procedural errors had serious consequences. So, a defense attorney could argue that all of that evidence was inadmissible in court, obtained in violation of Taylor's constitutional rights. And that's exactly what happened. Taylor was released from police custody. The Good family was devastated. They knew Taylor was involved. The police knew he was involved. But the case had been bungled, and Taylor walked free. For a time, it seemed as though justice might never be served. But investigators didn't give up. They continued building their case, this time more carefully, ensuring every step was legally sound. Taylor, meanwhile, fled New York. He traveled to Vero Beach, Florida, where his mother lived. He likely thought he was safe there, that he had escaped the reach of the Suffolk County Police Department. But Taylor had made a crucial mistake. He still had that outstanding warrant from the 2011 attempted rape case. In July 2014, just over a month after Sarah's murder, U.S. Marshals arrested Dante Taylor in Florida on that old warrant. Once Taylor was in custody on the legitimate rape warrant, detectives were able to properly charge him with the murder of Sarah Good. This time they did everything by the book. This time the evidence would hold up in court. It took 2 years for the case to go to trial. 2 years of waiting, of legal maneuvering, of the Good family living in limbo, unable to fully grieve because the man who had killed their beloved Sarah was still maintaining his innocence. The trial began in May 2016. The courtroom was packed with members of the Good family. 50 relatives showed up on some days. many of them wearing specially made t-shirts. The shirts featured photos of Sarah and lyrics from John Lennon's song Imagine. You may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. The prosecution's case was led by Assistant District Attorney Janet Albertson, a seasoned prosecutor who understood the importance of this case to the Good family and to the community. She laid out a narrative of what had happened on the night of June 6th. According to the prosecution, Dante Taylor had attended the same party as Sarah Good. He had been interested in Sarah romantically. Cell phone records showed he had been texting her throughout the day, sending suggestive messages that Sarah had largely ignored or deflected. At some point during or after the party, Taylor had made sexual advances towards Sarah. When she rejected him, Taylor's interest had turned to rage. The prosecution argued that Taylor had lured or forced Sarah to a secluded location, dragged her into the woods, raped her, and then murdered her with shocking brutality. The physical evidence was damning. Forensic scientists testified that the palm print found in blood on Sarah's car hood belonged to Dante Taylor. There was no doubt about the match. Taylor's hand had been on that car, pressed into Sarah's blood. DNA evidence was equally conclusive. Semen and other biological material recovered from Sarah's body during the autopsy matched Dante Taylor's DNA profile. The match was undeniable. Cell phone records placed Taylor in contact with Sarah throughout the evening of June 6th. Text messages showed he had been reaching out to her repeatedly, more than what would be expected if he was simply trying to contact Jason Flores. Albertson described the brutality of the attack in stark terms. Sarah had been stabbed 42 times. The ferocity of the assault had been so extreme that the blade of the murder weapon had broken, with a piece of metal becoming embedded in Sarah's skull. This was personal. This was rage. The defense, led by attorney John Lewis Jr., presented a different narrative. Lewis argued that Sarah and Dante had engaged in consensual sex. He didn't deny that Taylor's DNA was found on Sarah's body, but he claimed that someone else, some unknown third party, had attacked and murdered Sarah after she and Taylor had parted ways. It was a theory that raised more questions than it answered. If Taylor and Sarah had consensual sex, why was her body found half naked in the woods? Why was there a violent struggle? Why was Taylor's palm print in her blood on her car? Why had he fled to Florida? The defense couldn't provide satisfactory answers to these questions. The evidence was simply too strong. Jurors deliberated for more than 14 hours over the course of 3 days. They reviewed the forensic evidence carefully. They examined the timeline of events. They studied the photographs of the palm print on Sarah's car hood. On June 16, 2016, the jury returned their verdict, guilty on all counts. Dante Taylor was convicted of first-degree murder, second-degree murder, and first-degree attempted rape. When the verdict was read, cheers erupted in the courtroom. Sarah's family members hugged each other, sobbing with relief and anguish. Justice had been served, but it couldn't bring Sarah back. It couldn't erase the horror of what had been done to her. It couldn't give 4-year-old Jocelyn her mother back. Nick Giannetto, who had been fighting to contain his emotions throughout the trial, couldn't hold back any longer. As Taylor was led out of the courtroom, Nick shouted at him, his voice raw with grief and fury. "I hope you burn in hell," he yelled, along with expletives that captured the depth of his rage and pain. Court officers had to escort Nick out of the courtroom, but no one blamed him. He had found Sarah's body. He had seen what had been done to her. His anger was righteous. On July 29, 2016, Dante Taylor appeared before State Supreme Court Justice John Collins for sentencing. The proceeding was solemn, heavy with the weight of what had transpired. Justice Collins sentenced Taylor to life in prison without the possibility of parole. It was the maximum sentence available under the law for first-degree murder. Before Taylor was led away, Justice Collins addressed him directly. His words were measured, but devastating. "You may make chalk marks on the cell block and your walls in the cage in which you will live, and they will have no significance. They will mean nothing, because there is no date for you to get out." The judge continued, his voice steady. "You may circle dates on the calendar, but they will mean nothing, because there is no date for you to get out. There shall be no hope for you." It was a sentence not just of confinement, but of hopelessness. Taylor would spend the rest of his life behind bars, with no possibility of redemption, no chance of freedom. Taylor said nothing. He offered no apology to Sarah's family. He showed no remorse for what he had done. He was led away in handcuffs to begin serving his sentence. Taylor was incarcerated at the Wende Correctional Facility, a maximum security prison in Alden, New York, just outside Buffalo. It was far from Long Island, far from the community where Sarah had lived and died. For 15 months, Taylor lived in that prison. His attorney had filed notice of intent to appeal the conviction, arguing that the trial had been unfair, that evidence should have been excluded, but the appeals process moved slowly, and Taylor would have to wait years for any potential relief. Then, on October 7th, 2017, Dante Taylor was found dead in his cell. Prison officials determined that he had died by suicide. The circumstances surrounding Taylor's death were controversial. His family filed a lawsuit against the Wende Correctional Facility, alleging that Taylor had been brutally beaten by correctional officers just hours before his death. The lawsuit claimed that Taylor had been hogtied, thrown down a flight of stairs, and left in an isolation cell without proper monitoring, despite his history of suicide attempts and deteriorating mental health. The prison denied these allegations, but the lawsuit raised uncomfortable questions about what had happened in the final hours of Dante Taylor's life. For the Good family, Taylor's death brought complicated emotions. On one hand, there was a certain grim satisfaction in knowing that Taylor would never have the opportunity to appeal his conviction, would never have the possibility of a retrial or reduced sentence. He was gone, removed permanently from the world. But on the other hand, Taylor's death meant there would never be full answers. He had never apologized. He had never explained himself. He had never given Sarah's family the closure that comes from a genuine acknowledgement of guilt and remorse. Sarah's mother, Elizabeth Good, spoke about her daughter at various points during the trial, and afterwards, she was just a beautiful girl. Life cut short, she said. I'll never have her again. I don't know what I am going to tell her little daughter when she gets old. That question, what to tell Jocelyn, haunted the entire family. How do you explain to a child that her mother isn't coming home? How do you tell her that someone took her mother away in the most violent, senseless manner imaginable? Jocelyn, who was only 4 years old when her mother was murdered, went to live with Nick Ijanio and Sarah's sister. The entire Good family rallied around the little girl, ensuring she would grow up surrounded by love and support, just as Sarah had been. Nick in particular became a father figure to Jocelyn. He documented their life together on social media, posting photos and updates that showed Jocelyn growing up healthy and loved. On anniversaries of Sarah's disappearance and death, Nick would post tributes, remembering the young woman who had been like a sister to him. In one post, written years after Sarah's death, Nick recalled the days of searching for her. I remember the sleepless and starving days and nights, he wrote. When you love something that much, it finds its way back to you. Sarah's 4 sisters, Samantha, Elizabeth, Jennifer, and the others, also spoke publicly about their youngest sibling. They described a woman who always put others first, who was willing to help anyone who needed it, who had dreams and plans and a whole future ahead of her. 3 of Sarah's sisters had been pregnant at the time of her disappearance. Sarah had been excited about being an aunt again, about welcoming new babies into the family. She never got to meet those children. They never got to know their Aunt Sarah. The Good family has worked to keep Sarah's memory alive. They speak her name often. They tell stories about her infectious laugh, her boldness, her devotion to her daughter. They refuse to let Sarah be defined solely by how she died. She was so much more than a victim. The murder of Sarah Good is a story that raises profound questions about violence, justice, and the fragility of life. Sarah did everything right. She was a responsible mother. She worked hard. She maintained close ties with her family. She took normal, reasonable steps to ensure her daughter was cared for when she went out for an evening with friends. She didn't take unnecessary risks. She didn't put herself in obviously dangerous situations. And yet she encountered someone whose anger and entitlement turned lethal when his advances were rejected. That's the terrible reality. Sometimes simply saying no is enough to cost someone their life. The case also highlights the crucial importance of proper police procedure. The initial investigation into Sarah's murder was compromised by constitutional violations. Evidence was collected improperly. If not for the outstanding warrant that allowed Taylor to be arrested in Florida, he might have walked free forever. One can only wonder what might have happened if investigators had followed proper protocol from the beginning. For the Good family, Sarah's murder has left a permanent scar, but they have chosen to honor her memory. by living fully, by caring for Jocelyn, by supporting one another. In the face of unimaginable loss, they have found ways to continue. Nick Giannitou continues to be a devoted father figure to Jocelyn, ensuring that she grows up knowing how much her mother loved her. Sarah's sisters share stories with Jocelyn about her mother's life, her personality, her dreams. They are determined that Jocelyn will know Sarah not as a victim, but as a vibrant, loving, complicated person who fought hard for the life she wanted. The community of Medford was also changed by Sarah's murder. The case received extensive media coverage, with Dateline NBC producing a special episode called Finding Sarah Good that detailed the investigation and trial. The attention brought awareness not just to Sarah's story, but to the broader issues of violence against women, and the importance of taking threats seriously. In the end, Sarah Good's story is a reminder of how precious and precarious life can be. One moment she was laughing with her brother-in-law, getting her nails painted, excited about a night out. The next she was gone, stolen from the world by an act of senseless violence. We tell these stories not to sensationalize tragedy, but to remember, to bear witness, to ensure that victims are not forgotten, that their lives are honored, and that the people who love them are supported in their grief. Sarah Good was a daughter, a sister, a mother, and a friend. She had hopes and dreams. She loved fiercely and laughed freely. She worked hard and cared deeply about her family. Her life mattered. Her death was a tragedy, and her memory endures in the hearts of those who loved her. May Sarah Good rest in peace, and may her daughter Jocelyn grow up knowing that her mother was brave, strong, and deeply loved. If you're still awake and listening, check whether you've left your little goodnight comment. I always check your comments before I sleep too. And if you haven't already, don't forget to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories for sleep. Meanwhile, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. Tonight we'll travel to the quiet suburbs of Loxahatchee, Florida, where a young man's life was cut short in a moment of rage and heartbreak. This is a story about love turned obsessive, about the fragility of young relationships, and about how sometimes the person we trust most can become the one we should fear. So let me tell you about James Barry. James Barry was born in 1995, under the warm Florida sun. His childhood was the kind that felt like a movie filled with acres of land. Horses grazing in pastures, cats curling up on windowsills, and dogs running through open fields. James grew up on a homestead in Loxahatchee, a quiet community in Palm Beach County where neighbors knew each other and life moved at a gentle pace. Those who knew James remembered him as kind, genuinely kind, the type of person who would help without being asked, who would listen without judgment. His older sister, Alexandra, often said that James was a gift, a special soul who brought light wherever he went. He had a sense of adventure, a curiosity about the world, and a gentle way of moving through life that made people feel safe around him. When James was 7 years old, his parents divorced. It was a difficult time for the family, but they remained close. James stayed with his mother, Nicola, while Alexandra lived with their father. Despite the separation, they made it work. They visited often, they stayed connected. James remained the glue that held them together. As James grew into his teenage years, he found his passion: video games. Not in the way some people dismiss as a hobby, but as a genuine love. He spent hours immersed in virtual worlds, strategizing, exploring, competing. Gaming was where he felt most alive, where he could be himself without pretense. And it was through gaming that he would meet the girl who would one day take his life. Her name was Melanie Eam. She was shy, soft-spoken, the kind of person who seemed to fade into the background in a crowded room. When she and James connected online through a gaming platform, they bonded quickly. They shared the same interests, the same sense of humor. They spent hours talking through headsets, laughing at inside jokes, building a friendship that eventually turned into something more. By James's senior year of high school, they were dating. Melanie became a constant presence in the Barry household. She spent holidays with the family. She joined them for dinners, for movie nights, for quiet evenings around the house. Nicola, James's mother, welcomed her like a daughter. Melanie was polite, respectful, and seemed to genuinely care for James. But there were signs. Small things that his friends noticed, even if James didn't want to see them. Melanie was possessive. She wanted all of James's time. She didn't like when he hung out with his best friend Jeff Jarzakowski. She would get upset if James spent too much time on anything that didn't involve her. When James graduated from high school and enrolled at Palm Beach State College, Melanie made a decision that should have raised red flags. She dropped out of high school, got her GED, and followed James to college. They took the same classes together, not because she was interested in the subjects, but because she couldn't stand the thought of being apart from him. Jeff Jarzakowski, James's best friend, saw what was happening. He tried to warn James. He told him that Melanie was mentally unstable, that she was too controlling, that the relationship wasn't healthy. But James was in love. Or at least he thought he was. And love, as we know, can make us blind to the warning signs. There was an incident that should have been the final straw. During one of their breakups, Melanie picked up a knife and threatened to stab herself. James was terrified. He managed to talk her down, but the incident shook him, Melanie's family. Recognizing that something was deeply wrong, sent her to stay with relatives in Maryland. They hoped that distance would help. That time apart would give James the clarity he needed to move on. But after several months, James and Melanie reconnected in the summer of 2016. They fell back into the same patterns. The same possessiveness. The same unhealthy dynamic. And by November of that year, James finally realized he needed to end it for good. November 16, 2016. Started like any other evening at the Barry home on Glasgow Drive in Loxahatchee. James was home with his mother Nicola, her boyfriend Guy Hand, and his best friend Jeff Jarzakowski. They had dinner together. Guy, who worked as a butcher, had carved a roast using one of his large kitchen knives. After the meal, the knife was cleaned and placed back in its usual spot, the second drawer down in the kitchen next to the stove. James spent the evening in his room, playing video games while Jeff watched. It was comfortable, easy, the kind of night where time slips away and nothing feels urgent. But James had been thinking about Melanie, about the relationship, about how unhappy he'd been. He had been texting his father earlier that evening, telling him he was planning to break up with her. His last words to his father were haunting in retrospect. It's gonna hurt a lot. Around 8 or 8:30 that evening, James opened a gaming chat app and sent Melanie a message. He told her it was over. He was ending the relationship. The messages were clear, direct. He didn't want to hurt her, but he couldn't keep living this way. Melanie was devastated. Her responses were frantic, desperate. She begged him to reconsider. She asked why he was doing this through text instead of in person. She was upset, hurt, and angry. Around the same time, Melanie showed up at the Barry home. She pulled into the driveway in her white Toyota Corolla. Jeff saw her car from the window. He texted her, telling her to leave. She sat in the car for a moment, looking toward the house, then drove away. But that wasn't the end of it. As the night wore on, Jeff fell asleep on James's bed around 9:30 while James continued playing his game. The house grew quiet. Nicolette and Guy went to their bedroom. The lights went out. Everyone was asleep. Everyone except Melanie. It was just before 1 in the morning when Jeff Jarzakowski woke up to the sound of screaming. At first he didn't understand what was happening. He was disoriented, half asleep, confused. But then he heard James's voice. Louder now, desperate and terrified. Jeff, please. Get out of here. Get help. Jeff, please help. Jeff opened his eyes and saw James collapsed on the floor of the bedroom, blood pooling beneath him. The scene was chaotic. There was blood everywhere, on the walls, on the bed, on the floor. Jeff stumbled out of the room, screaming for help. Guy Hand, James's stepfather, was the first to reach the bedroom. He saw James lying there, struggling to breathe, his chest covered in wounds. Guy immediately began performing CPR, pressing down on James's chest, trying desperately to keep him alive. Nicola ran to the phone and dialed 911, her voice shaking as she told the operator that someone had broken into their home and stabbed her son. But as the minutes passed, it became clear that James wasn't going to make it. He had been stabbed multiple times, deep, vicious wounds to his chest, his heart, his hands. He had fought back. His defensive wounds showed that he had tried to protect himself, but it hadn't been enough. By the time paramedics arrived, James Barry was gone. He was just 21 years old, Palm Beach County Sheriff's Detective Sean Oliver arrived at the scene shortly after the 911 call. He walked through the house, taking in every detail. There were no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no kicked-in doors. Whoever had done this had either been let in or had access to the house. In the kitchen, on the counter, Detective Oliver found the murder weapon, a 10-inch butcher knife with a curved blade. It was one of Gay's knives, the same one he had used earlier that evening to carve the roast. The blade was stained with blood, and the tip was slightly bent, likely from being driven into James's chest with force. Outside on the back patio, detectives found something else. A cell phone in a pink case. It belonged to Melanie Eam. As the investigation unfolded, a picture began to emerge. Neighbors had security cameras that captured footage of a white car pulling into the neighborhood just before the murder and leaving shortly afterward. That car belonged to Melanie. Detective Oliver obtained a search warrant for Melanie's phone and found the text messages between her and James from the night of the murder. The messages painted a clear picture of a young woman who was devastated, angry, and unwilling to accept that the relationship was over. 3 days after the murder, detectives traveled to Silver Spring, Maryland, where Melanie had fled to stay with relatives. They brought her in for questioning. Melanie sat across from Detective Oliver in the interview room. She looked exhausted. She hadn't slept in days. Her eyes were red, her hands shaking. At first, she was evasive. She asked when she would be questioned, when she would be brought in. But as the interview continued, the truth began to spill out. The detective asked how many times she had stabbed him. Melanie's response was chilling in its casualness. "I don't know, it's not like I counted." When asked why she had done it, Melanie explained that James had set her off by breaking up with her through text instead of in person. She had been hurt. She had been angry. She had driven to his house, waited for everyone to fall asleep, and then let herself in through the back door. She knew where the knives were kept. She had eaten dinner at that house countless times. She knew the layout, the routines, the hiding spots. She took the knife from the kitchen drawer, walked into James's bedroom, and attacked him while he slept. Before the detectives left Maryland, Melanie handed them the shirt she'd been wearing that night. It was still covered in James's blood. Melanie Eam was arrested and charged with second-degree murder. She pleaded not guilty. Her first trial took place in September 2018. The courtroom was packed with James's family, Melanie's family, and dozens of spectators who had followed the case in the news. The prosecution presented overwhelming evidence: the text messages, the security footage, the confession, the blood-stained shirt. But Melanie's defense attorney, Bruce Lair, tried a different strategy. He suggested that someone else in the house that night could have killed James. Specifically, he pointed the finger at Guy Hand, James's stepfather. After all, Guy had moved the murder weapon after the police arrived. He had washed blood off his hands. Maybe, the defense argued, Guy had committed the murder and was framing Melanie. It was a bold strategy, and it worked, at least partially. After days of deliberation, the jury was deadlocked. 4 jurors wanted to convict Melanie of second-degree murder. 2 leaned toward manslaughter. The judge declared a mistrial. James's family was devastated. They had to go through it all again. The defense tried to argue that Melanie was too small, too weak to have inflicted such brutal wounds. They pointed to the bent tip of the knife, suggesting it would have taken a man's strength to drive it into James's chest. But the prosecution countered by showing the jury that the knife was only slightly bent, not dramatically so. They argued that rage, not strength, was what had driven the blade into James's body. Guilty of second-degree murder. The sentencing hearing took place in April 2019. James's family filled the courtroom. His mother, Nicola, his father, James Sr., his sister, Alexandra. They all took turns addressing the judge, speaking about the son, the brother, the friend they had lost. Nicola spoke through tears about the wound that would never heal, about the future that had been stolen from them. Alexandra described the trauma of sitting through 2 trials, of listening to the confession tape over and over, of seeing the crime scene photos that would be burned into her memory forever. They asked for the maximum sentence, life in prison. Melanie's defense presented a psychologist who testified that Melanie had been a victim of sexual abuse by her mother, who herself suffered from PTSD after her parents were slaughtered in Cambodia. The psychologist argued that Melanie's actions were the result of deep psychological trauma. Judge Glenn Kelly listened to it all. He said he had considered life in prison, But he also had to take into account Melanie's age, her lack of criminal history, and the fact that the charge was second-degree murder, not first-degree. On April 3, 2019, Judge Kelly sentenced Melanie Eam to 50 years in prison. She was 22 years old. If she serves her full sentence, she will be over 70 when she is released in 2066. James's family said they were satisfied. It wasn't the maximum, but it was justice. Nicholas said that the world was a safer place with Melanie behind bars. The Barry family has tried to move forward, but the pain is still there. Nicholas still lives in the same house on Glasgow Drive where her son was murdered. She has said that every time she walks past James's bedroom, she sees him lying there bleeding, crying for help. Guy Hand, James's stepfather, has spoken publicly about the frustration of being accused of a murder. He said it was ridiculous, hurtful, and unfair, but he also said he was vindicated by the verdict, and that he hoped Melanie would spend the rest of her life in prison. Alexandra, James's sister, has worked to keep her brother's memory alive. She has shared his story, not as a cautionary tale, but as a reminder that James was a person, a kind, adventurous, loving person who deserves so much more than the end he got. Melanie Eam remains in prison. In 2020, an appellate court upheld her conviction, denying her appeal. She will not be eligible for release until 2066. As you drift off to sleep tonight, think about James Barry. Think about the young man who loved video games, who cared for animals, who was kind to everyone he met. Think about how fragile life is, how quickly it can be taken away. This is not a story with a neat ending. There is no closure, no perfect resolution. James is gone. His family is left to carry the weight of that loss for the rest of their lives. And Melanie Eam, the girl who once loved him, who spent holidays with his family, who was welcomed into their home, is the one who took him away. Sometimes the people we love are the ones who hurt us most. Sometimes obsession masquerades as devotion. And sometimes a breakup text sent in the quiet of the night is enough to set off a chain of events that ends in tragedy. Please, I'm just putting it out there. If you're still awake and listening, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from, the time in your part of the world, or just say something to let me know you're still with me. And of course, if you haven't already, like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story for sleep. Now, let's move on to our fourth story. Story 4. Tonight I'm going to tell you a story, one that matters, one that changed lives, and one that continues to echo through the halls of justice across America. This is the story of Kelsey Smith, an 18-year-old girl whose brief disappearance on a summer evening would lead to profound changes in how we protect the vulnerable in our digital age. It was June 2nd, 2007, a Saturday in Overland Park, Kansas. It's a sprawling suburb of Kansas City, where neatly trimmed lawns stretched beneath the Midwestern sky and families filled shopping centers on weekend afternoons. The kind of place where people felt safe, where teenagers ran errands alone without a second thought. Kelsey Ann Smith was celebrating that evening. Not anything grand, just the quiet milestone that matters when you're 18 and in love. She and her boyfriend John Beersmith had been together for 6 months, half a year. To commemorate it, Kelsey wanted to make him a scrapbook, something personal, something that showed she cared. At 6:30 in the evening, she kissed her parents goodbye at their home on Robinson Street and climbed into her gray 1987 Buick Regal. The car was nothing fancy, but it was hers. Her father, Greg Smith, was a police officer with 16 years on the force. Her mother, Missy, was warm and protective. They had raised Kelsey and her 3 sisters and younger brother with clear rules. Always call if your plans change. Always let us know where you are. Kelsey promised she'd be back within the hour. She was just going to target the one at 97th and Quivira, tucked behind Oak Park Mall. She'd grab a scrapbook, maybe a gift box, and be home before John arrived to pick her up at 7:30. They had a pool party to attend, and then dinner. A perfect summer evening stretched ahead of her. She had recently graduated from Shawnee Mission West High School just 9 days earlier. The world was opening up before her like a book with blank pages. Kansas State University awaited her in the fall. She planned to join the marching band, playing her clarinet in the stands during football games. She wanted to study veterinary medicine. She was outgoing, ornery, the kind of girl who brought balloons to school on her friends' birthdays just to make them carry them around all day. She was loved. She was full of life. She had no idea that within an hour her entire world would collapse. Kelsey arrived at Target at approximately 6:35 in the evening. The parking lot was dotted with cars, Saturday shoppers coming and going, the mundane rhythm of suburban life. She parked her Buick, grabbed her purse, and walked through the sliding glass door. Inside, the fluorescent lights hummed overhead. Aisles stretched in geometric rows. Household goods, electronics, seasonal items, gifts. Kelsey found the scrapbook section and browsed. At 6:57, she pulled out her cell phone and called her mother. "Mom, where can I find a gift box?" It was a simple question. A daughter calling her mother from a store. Missy told her where to look. They said goodbye. It was the last time anyone in Kelsey's family would hear her voice. Kelsey found what she needed and made her way to the checkout counter. The cashier rang up her items. A scrapbook and a few other small things. The transaction took only moments. By 7:07 p.m., Kelsey was walking out of the store, her purchases in hand. What she didn't know, what she couldn't have known, was that she had been watched from the moment she entered. Surveillance cameras later revealed the truth. Approximately 30 seconds after Kelsey walked into Target, a man entered behind her. He was Caucasian, in his early 20s, wearing a white shirt and dark shorts. He had a goatee, and he followed her. Not closely, not obviously, but he followed her. He appeared in nearly every aisle she visited. He kept his distance, never approaching, never speaking, just watching. When she moved, he moved. When she lingered, he waited. Like a predator circling prey, patient and deliberate. When Kelsey headed to the checkout counter, he didn't follow her there. Instead, he left the store ahead of her. He walked out into the parking lot and waited. Kelsey emerged a few minutes later. Her shopping complete, she walked across the asphalt toward her gray Buick. The sun was beginning to dip lower in the sky. She opened the passenger door and placed her bags inside. Then she walked around to the driver's side. That's when he struck. The surveillance footage captured it, grainy, distant, but unmistakable. A figure in white sprinted toward her from behind. There was a brief struggle. Then both figures disappeared into the car. Moments later, the Buick pulled out of the parking spot and drove away. Kelsey Smith had been abducted in broad daylight in a busy parking lot on an ordinary Saturday evening, and no one saw it happen. By 7:30, John Beersmith arrived at the Smith family home, ready to pick up Kelsey for their date. But Kelsey wasn't there. Greg and Missy weren't immediately alarmed. Maybe she'd gotten delayed at the store. Maybe she was stuck in traffic. But when they tried calling her, the phone went straight to voicemail. Text messages went unanswered. Minutes passed. Then an hour. John, Kelsey's sister Lindsay, and her parents drove to Target. They searched the parking lot. No Buick, no Kelsey. It was as if she had simply vanished. Greg Smith, with his years in law enforcement, knew how to think methodically. He called police dispatchers and fellow officers, asking if there had been any accidents, any traffic stops involving a gray Buick Regal. Nothing. John drove to Oak Park Mall across the street from Target, taking a detour through the parking lot. And there, parked outside Macy's, was Kelsey's car. It was 11 p.m., nearly 5 hours since she had left home. Police were called immediately. They roped off the area and began processing the vehicle for evidence. Inside, they found Kelsey's purse, her wallet, and the items she had purchased at Target, but her cell phone and her keys were gone. There had been no struggle inside the car. The items were neatly placed, but Kelsey was nowhere to be found. The investigation shifted. This was no longer a missing person case. This was an abduction. By Sunday morning, Overland Park police had obtained surveillance footage from Target. The store, like most major retailers, had an extensive security system, 40 cameras in all, covering nearly every inch of the building and parking lot. Detectives sat in darkened rooms and watched. They saw Kelsey arrive. They saw her shop. They saw her make the phone call to her mother. They saw her check out and leave. And then they saw him. The man in the white shirt and dark shorts. The man who had shadowed her through the store. The man who had waited for her in the parking lot. When they reviewed the footage from outside Macy's, they saw Kelsey's Buick arrive at 9:17 p.m., 2 hours after it had left Target. A figure in a white shirt climbed out of the driver's seat and ran into the darkness. Police released still images from the surveillance video to the media. The photos showed a white male, early 20s, goatee, athletic build. The images were broadcast on local news stations and posted online. Tips began flooding in, hundreds of them, but most were too vague, too general to be useful. Meanwhile, investigators processed the car for forensic evidence. They took fingerprints from every surface, the steering wheel, the door handles, the seat belt. They isolated the prints of everyone who had a legitimate reason to be in the car. Kelsey's family, her friends, her boyfriend John, and then they found something. Unidentified prints on the seatbelt buckle. Someone else had been in that car. While police worked the case, Kelsey's family launched a massive search effort. Volunteers combed through wooded areas and parks. Flyers with Kelsey's photo were distributed throughout the Kansas City metro area. A website was created to coordinate the search. Thousands of people visited it, hoping for news. But there was one critical piece of information investigators desperately needed. Kelsey's cell phone location. In 2007, cell phones were ubiquitous. But the technology for tracking them in emergencies was still governed by complex privacy laws. Cell phone providers like Verizon Wireless could ping a phone, send a signal to determine its location based on which cell tower it connected to. But they typically only did this at the request of the subscriber or with a court order. Law enforcement requested Kelsey's phone records immediately, but Verizon hesitated. Privacy regulations, legal liability, the bureaucracy of corporate decision-making. Days passed. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Greg and Missy Smith were frantic. Every hour mattered. Every minute could mean the difference between life and death. They pleaded with Verizon. They contacted the FBI. They did everything they could. Finally, after 4 agonizing days, Verizon provided the location data. A technician analyzed the cell tower pings and determined that Kelsey's phone had last connected to a tower near Longview Lake in Grandview, Missouri, about 20 miles southeast of Overland Park, across the state line. Searchers were dispatched to the area. They were told to look 1.1 miles north of the cell tower. Within 45 minutes, they found her. On June 6, 2007, at 1:30 in the afternoon, searchers discovered Kelsey Smith's body in a wooded area near Longview Lake. She was partially hidden beneath branches. She had been strangled with her own belt, a nylon strap pulled tight around her neck. An autopsy later confirmed what investigators feared. Kelsey had been sexually assaulted, raped, sodomized, and then murdered. She had been dead for 4 days. The website dedicated to finding Kelsey was taken offline and remade into a memorial site. News of her death spread quickly. The media coverage intensified, and the hunt for her killer became urgent. But investigators already had a lead. Even as searchers were locating Kelsey's body, tips continued pouring into the police department. And one tip stood out. A caller to the tip line said to look into a man named Edwin Hall. Someone else called and said the man in the surveillance photo looked like their neighbor, a guy who went by the name Jack. On the evening of June 6th, the same day Kelsey's body was found, police went to an address in Olathe, Kansas. There they found a 26-year-old man named Edwin Roy Hall. He went by Jack among his neighbors. He was married. He had a 4-year-old son. He was in the process of loading up his truck, supposedly to leave town on vacation. Hall agreed to come to the police station for an interview. Detective Bob Miller sat across from him. He showed Hall a photograph of Kelsey. Hall denied ever seeing her. Miller then showed him the surveillance footage from Target. Hall admitted being in the store that day, but claimed he never saw Kelsey, never approached her. Miller pressed him. "Did you see her in the store?" Hall admitted he had. And then he said something that made Miller's skin crawl. "She had great legs." Hall offered to provide DNA, fingerprints, anything to help eliminate himself as a suspect. It was an odd move, too cooperative, too eager, but investigators took him up on it. They took his fingerprints. and they matched perfectly to the prints found on the seatbelt in Kelsey's car. Edwin Hall was arrested and charged with aggravated kidnapping, rape, sodomy, and premeditated first-degree murder. It was Edwin Hall. Neighbors knew him as Jack, a friendly guy who fixed cars, a family man. But beneath that facade lay a deeply troubled history. Hall had been adopted at age 7 after being a ward of the state. His adoptive family tried to give him stability, but by age 15, Hall had threatened his adoptive sister with a knife. He was returned to state custody. His juvenile record was extensive. He had assaulted another boy by striking him in the head with a baseball bat. He had been convicted of aggravated assault and criminal threat. He had spent time in juvenile detention facilities across Kansas. Forbes Juvenile Attention Facility in Topeka, Lorne Youth Center, Topeka Juvenile Correction Facility. But as an adult, Hall had no criminal record beyond minor traffic violations and a trespassing charge. He had married. He had a son. To the outside world, he seemed to have turned his life around. But on June 2nd, 2007, something inside him snapped. Or perhaps never healed in the first place. Police believe Hall spotted Kelsey arriving at Target alone. He followed her inside to make sure she wasn't meeting anyone. When he saw her leaving, he retrieved a gun from his truck and ambushed her in the parking lot. He forced her into her car at gunpoint, climbed in beside her, and drove her 20 miles away to a remote wooded area. There he raped her, sodomized her, and then, using her own belt, he strangled her to death. He drove her car back to Oak Park Mall, parked it outside Macy's, and ran into the night. And he might have gotten away with it if not for the surveillance cameras, the fingerprints, and the cell phone ping that came 4 days too late. Edwin Hall was arraigned via video hookup on June 7th, 2007. Bond was set at $5 million. On August 1st, a grand jury indicted him on multiple charges. Prosecutors announced they would seek the death penalty. But on July 23, 2008, more than a year after Kelsey's murder, during what was supposed to be a hearing about moving the trial to a different venue, Hall changed his plea. He pleaded guilty to all charges. In exchange, the death penalty was taken off the table. On September 16, 2008, Hall appeared before Johnson County District Judge Peter Ruddick for sentencing. The courtroom was packed. Dozens of people wore light blue t-shirts with Kelsey's Army printed across the front, a tribute to the girl whose life had been stolen, and to the movement her family had started. Kelsey's 3 sisters, her younger brother, and her parents all gave emotional testimonies. They played a video, Kelsey as a baby, as a child, as a teenager, Kelsey at her high school graduation, Kelsey smiling. Missy Smith stood before the court and spoke through tears. She talked about the loss, the unbearable, unending grief. She addressed Hall's defense attorney, who had tried to explain Hall's actions by citing his traumatic childhood. Sexual abuse, neglect, violence. Missy dismissed it. She too had been abused as a child. She too knew what it was like to grow up in poverty. But she had made different choices. Life is about choices, she said. When does one have to take responsibility for their own life? Greg Smith, Kelsey's father, spoke next. He choked back tears as he remembered his daughter, the girl who went to KU football games with him. The girl who was preparing to play clarinet in the Kansas State Marching Band. He spoke of the foundation they had started in Kelsey's name, to help save others. I stand here today a heartbroken father, knowing that Kelsey's gone, he said, crying. And Edwin Hall was given a chance to speak. He stood, tears streaming down his face. I can't find the right words to say today, he said. I am so sorry for what I have done. That's it. That's all I can say. Judge Ruddick sentenced him to life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 47 additional years for the other charges to be served concurrently. Edwin Hall is currently incarcerated at the Lansing Correctional Facility in Kansas. He will never be released. But the story doesn't end with Hall's imprisonment. In the wake of Kelsey's death, her parents Greg and Missy were haunted by one agonizing fact. If Verizon had provided the location data immediately, instead of waiting 4 days, Kelsey might have been found alive. They couldn't change what had happened to their daughter, but they could fight to make sure it never happened to anyone else. They began a campaign to change the law. Kansas became the first state to pass what became known as the Kelsey Smith Act in 2009. The law requires cell phone providers to release location data to law enforcement immediately in emergency situations involving the risk of death or serious physical harm without waiting for a court order. Since then, 27 more states have passed similar legislation. And in February 2021, the U.S. Congress passed a federal version of the Kelsey-Smith Act. The law has saved lives. In 2015, police in Lenexa, Kansas used the law to locate a stolen vehicle with a baby inside within minutes. The child was safely recovered. In Tennessee, authorities used the law to find a woman who had attempted suicide by jumping off a cliff. She survived and was rescued. Over and over, the Kelsey-Smith Act has given law enforcement the tools they need to act quickly to save lives when every second counts. Greg and Missy Smith have traveled across the country, speaking to legislators, advocating for the law. They estimate they've spoken to more than 3,000 people. They've turned their grief into purpose, their loss into legacy. If we can change it for one person, and we know we already have, Missy said, that's really what Kelsey would have done. She'd make a difference. Kelsey Ann Smith would have turned 33 years old on May 3, 2022. She would have graduated from Kansas State University. She might have become a veterinarian. She might have gotten married, had children, lived a full and beautiful life, but she never got that chance. Her family remembers her as outgoing, funny, kind, the girl who brought balloons to school, the girl who loved her family, the girl who called her mother from Target to ask where the gift boxes were. They remember her smile, her laughter, the way she made people feel loved. And they remember that her death, as tragic as it was, sparked a movement that continues to protect the vulnerable. The surveillance cameras that captured her last moments also captured her killer. The fingerprints he left behind sealed his fate. The cell phone ping that came too late for Kelsey has since saved countless others. Her name lives on, not just in the law that bears it, but in the hearts of everyone who knew her, and in the lives of strangers she will never meet, people who are alive today because of the changes her family fought for. Please, if you're still awake, let's move on to our last story. Story 5. Tonight, we're going to explore a story together. A story that's both tragic and deeply human, about love, mental illness, and the fragile line between the person we know and the stranger they can become. This is a story about Olivia Bergstrom, a young woman who loved horses and healthy living, who had her whole future ahead of her. And it's about Benjamin Walsh, the boyfriend who loved her, struggled alongside her, and ultimately took her life on a February night in Massachusetts. Olivia Bergstrom grew up in Holliston, Massachusetts, a quiet town about 25 miles southwest of Boston. If you'd met her, you would have noticed her warmth first, the way she smiled when she talked about animals, especially horses. Her friends and family would tell you that Olivia never met a horse she couldn't win over. She had a way with them, a gentleness that seemed to flow from somewhere deep within her. She graduated from Holliston High School in 2016. A bright, vibrant young woman with plans and dreams that extended far beyond the small town she called home. Olivia enrolled at Wentworth Institute of Technology in Boston, studying interior design. She wanted to create beautiful spaces, to transform rooms into places where people felt comfortable, safe, at home. But college is expensive, and dreams require dedication. So Olivia worked. She took a job at Cocoa Beet, an organic juice and smoothie bar in Wellesley. It wasn't glamorous work, but Olivia approached it the same way she approached everything else, with passion and commitment. Her coworkers described her as kind, the sort of person who made everyone around her feel a little lighter, a little more hopeful. By all accounts, Olivia was exactly what her grandfather would later call her, a smart, vibrant, beautiful young woman with a bright future ahead of her. She was 20 years old. She had a dog named Scarlet, whom she adored. She lived according to her own philosophy, one she shared on her Instagram. Don't ask what the world needs. Ask what makes you come alive, and go do it. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. Olivia Bergstrom was coming alive, and she was in love. Benjamin Walsh was 24 years old when he met Olivia. He came from Millis, another small Massachusetts town, just a few miles from Holliston. His family was well regarded in the community, lifelong residents, who participated in town events, who went to church, who celebrated birthdays together at local Italian restaurants. Ben's father, Michael Walsh, and his mother, Laura, loved their son deeply. They knew he struggled. Mental illness ran through Ben's life like a dark thread woven into otherwise ordinary fabric. He had been in and out of treatment facilities, including McLean Hospital in Belmont, one of the most respected psychiatric hospitals in the country. Michael Walsh would later tell reporters that his son struggled with both mental health issues and substance abuse. The family was doing their best to help him, working closely with medical professionals, trying to provide the support and structure Ben needed to stay stable. But mental illness is complicated. It doesn't follow neat timelines or respond predictably to treatment. Ben could be loving and thoughtful one day, withdrawn and frightening the next. His Instagram bio revealed something of his internal struggle. Hardcore kid. We are already dead, waging a war on egotism through the promotion of existential aesthetics and boundless love. It was poetic. It was dark. It was the writing of someone trying desperately to make sense of the chaos inside his own mind. When Ben and Olivia met, something clicked. They dated for 2 years. Their relationship marked by the ordinary joys of young love. Dinners together, walks, plans for the future. In August 2017, Olivia posted a photo on Instagram with a caption that read, "Here's to signing on our new apartment. Can't wait to spend many more sunsets with you." They moved in together that summer, into a third-floor apartment on Marshall Street in Needham. It was their place, their small corner of the world. Olivia's landlord would later describe them as model tenants, quiet, responsible, paying their rent on time, taking care of the property. For a while, things seemed okay. But beneath the surface, something was unraveling. February 2018 arrived cold and gray in Massachusetts. Winter has a way of weighing on people in New England. The endless stretch of dark mornings and early sunsets pressing down on the spirit. Ben Walsh was not doing well. He had been in McLean Hospital, receiving treatment for his mental health issues. But on Thursday, February 8th, just 2 days before everything fell apart, Ben checked himself out of the facility. His grandfather would later describe what happened that weekend as something terrible, saying that Ben seemed like a stranger, someone unrecognizable from the young man they knew. We don't know exactly what Olivia was thinking during those final days. We don't know if she was frightened or if she believed she could help Ben through whatever dark place he had entered. What we do know is that she stayed. She remained in the apartment with him, perhaps hoping that love and patience would be enough. Her coworkers at Cocoa Beat hadn't noticed anything unusual. Olivia showed up for her shifts, made smoothies, chatted with customers. To the outside world, everything appeared normal. But inside the apartment on Marshall Street, something was very, very wrong. Saturday, February 10, 2018, started like any other winter day in suburban Massachusetts. Across town in Millis, Ben's family was preparing for a birthday celebration. A relative was turning 70, and the family had reserved a function room at Primavera, their favorite Italian restaurant on Pleasant Street. It was meant to be a happy occasion, a gathering of family to celebrate life and love and the simple blessing of another year. But in the Needham apartment, something unspeakable was happening. Police would later piece together what they could from the evidence left behind. What they found was a scene of unimaginable violence. Blood covering the walls, the carpet, the stairwell leading up to the kitchen. Blood on every surface. The shower left running. Small dog Scarlett abandoned and frightened in the chaos. Olivia Bergstrom was found wedged behind the front door of the apartment. She was wearing only boxer shorts. Her body bore the evidence of a frenzied, brutal attack. More than 20 stab wounds. 13 of them in her back, 3 in her abdomen. She had been stabbed so many times that investigators later struggled to count them all with certainty. The medical examiner would determine that Olivia had tried to defend herself, tried to get away. But there was no escape, not in that small apartment, not from someone she had trusted, someone she had loved. Ben Walsh had killed his girlfriend. And then he got into his Jeep and drove to Millis. Around 7 o'clock that evening, the Walsh family was gathered in the function room at Primavera restaurant. The party was in full swing, relatives talking, laughing, sharing food and stories. Laura Walsh, Ben's mother, was enjoying the celebration. Michael Walsh, his father, was there too, surrounded by family. And then Benjamin Walsh walked in. Witnesses would later describe the scene to police in terms that suggested they still couldn't quite believe what they had seen. Ben entered the function room carrying a large kitchen knife. His feet were bare and filthy. He was shouting profanities, screaming words that made no sense in the context of a birthday party. "I want to kill you," he yelled, lunging toward his mother. Laura Walsh was stabbed in the stomach. She fell to the floor, blood spreading across her clothing as family members scrambled to help her, pressing restaurant linens against the wound to try to stop the bleeding. Michael Walsh tried to wrestle the knife away from his son. He was stabbed in the right hand during the struggle. Other family members joined in, trying to subdue Ben, to stop him from hurting anyone else. Jerry Gaeta, the owner of Primavera, had just driven away from the restaurant when he received a frantic call from an employee. He turned his car around and rushed back, running through the front door to find chaos blood, screaming, his function room transformed into a crime scene. It took several men to pin Ben Walsh to the floor. He continued to scream, continued to fight, as police arrived and attempted to take him into custody. Witnesses reported that he was yelling the same phrase over and over. "I'm gonna kill you all. I'm gonna kill you all." At some point during the struggle, someone at the restaurant, perhaps Ben's younger brother, mentioned Olivia Bergstrom. They expressed concern for her safety. Police immediately realized they needed to check on her. Officers were dispatched to the apartment in Needham, about 5 miles away. What they found there would haunt them. Olivia Bergstrom was pronounced dead at the scene. There was nothing anyone could do for her. She had been gone for hours. Her young life extinguished in an explosion of violence that no one who knew Ben Walsh could have predicted. Laura Walsh was rushed to Brigham and Women's Hospital in Boston with serious injuries. She would survive, though the trauma, both physical and psychological, would mark her forever. Michael Walsh was treated and released for his hand injuries. But the wounds that couldn't be seen, the knowledge that his son had tried to kill him and had succeeded in killing Olivia, those wounds would never heal. Benjamin Walsh was taken into custody. He was transported to Milford Regional Medical Center, where he remained under guard. When officers first examined him, they noticed something. His wrists were bandaged. He had slash marks on his left arm. It appeared that at some point, perhaps before the murders, perhaps after, Ben had tried to hurt himself. On Monday, February 12, 2018, Benjamin Walsh was arraigned from his hospital bed in the intensive care unit. Both of his arms were handcuffed to the bed. His defense attorney, Randall Powers, stood nearby as prosecutors read the charges. Murder. 2 counts of armed assault with intent to murder. 2 counts of assault and battery with a dangerous weapon, and resisting arrest. As the prosecutor described the crime scene, the blood, the stab wounds, the terror of Olivia's final moments, Ben Walsh wept. He moaned. He appeared to everyone in that hospital room to be genuinely devastated by what he had done. Power told reporters that his client's mental health, or lack thereof, would be a major issue going forward. He described the violence as an aberration from Ben's normal behavior, though he declined to provide details about Ben's psychiatric history. Later that day, Olivia's grandfather, Paul Bergstrom, released a statement on behalf of the family. His words captured the impossible grief of losing someone so young, so full of life. Devastated does not even begin to describe how we feel about losing our Olivia. Olivia was a marred, vibrant, beautiful young woman with a bright future ahead of her. She was a beloved daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, and friend. Olivia was a lover of animals who never met a horse she couldn't win over. She was passionate about living a healthy life. She had a dog named Scarlet. She loved her family fiercely. Our hearts are broken at the thought of Olivia not being in our lives, taken from us and her future in a way we cannot comprehend. A funeral service was held the following Saturday at the Unitarian Universalist Area Church in Sherborne. Friends and family gathered to remember Olivia, not as a victim, but as the vibrant young woman she had been. They shared stories about her love of horses, her talent for art, her commitment to healthy living. They talked about Thunder, her horse, and the hours she spent in barns, finding peace among the animals she loved. But no memorial service could change the central terrible fact. Olivia Bergstrom was gone, her future stolen by someone who claimed to love her. In the months and years that followed, Benjamin Walsh's case moved through the criminal justice system with the slow, grinding inevitability of Massachusetts law. The question of his mental state was central to everything. His grandfather had revealed that Ben was being treated for mental health issues at the time of the murder, that Olivia and Ben's parents had been trying to help him. Police records indicated that they believed Ben had been using both drugs and alcohol on the night of the killing, adding another layer of complexity to an already tragic situation. Ben Walsh was charged with first-degree murder in Olivia's death. First-degree murder in Massachusetts carries a mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. It's the most serious charge the state can bring, reserved for cases involving premeditation or extreme atrocity or cruelty. The prosecution would have to prove that Ben Walsh didn't just kill Olivia Bergstrom in a moment of rage or confusion. They would have to prove that he planned it, or that the manner of killing was so brutal it met the legal standard of extreme atrocity or cruelty. The defense, meanwhile, prepared to argue that Ben's mental illness should be taken into account. This wasn't a case of a cold-blooded killer stalking a victim. This was a young man whose brain was broken, whose illness had twisted his perception of reality into something unrecognizable. Both narratives were true. Both families were suffering. Years passed. The case was continued, postponed, delayed. Legal motions were filed and argued. Olivia's family waited for resolution, for some sense of closure, though they knew that no verdict could bring her back. Then in March 2022, more than 3 years after Olivia's death, something changed. On March 28, 2022, Benjamin Walsh was scheduled to go to trial. Jury selection was set to begin that morning in Norfolk Superior Court. Olivia's family prepared themselves to hear the details of her murder again, to see the crime scene photos, to relive the worst day of their lives in a public courtroom. But that trial never happened. That morning, prosecutors approached the defense with a plea offer. They proposed reducing the charge from first-degree murder to second-degree murder. In exchange, Ben Walsh would plead guilty, accepting a sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole after 25 years. This was not a decision prosecutors made lightly. They consulted with Olivia's parents, with the Bergstrom family, and with Ben's parents, the surviving victims of the stabbing at Primavera Restaurant. Everyone agreed that the plea was the right path forward. District Attorney Michael Morrissey explained the reasoning in a statement. The plea to second-degree murder would ensure the safety of the community, avoid the challenges and stresses of a trial, acknowledge the defendant's brutal acts, and provide a significant and substantial minimum sentence of 25 years before the possibility of parole. This brings its own finality to the proceeding, Morrissey said. The outcome of a trial is never assured, and appeals procedures in murder cases span many years. I cannot imagine the pain of Olivia's parents, and my thoughts are very much with them today. Benjamin Walsh, now 28 years old, stood before Judge Beverly Cannoni and pleaded guilty to second-degree murder in the death of Olivia Bergstrom. He also pleaded guilty to lesser charges related to the attack on his parents. Judge Cannoni sentenced him to life in prison. He would be eligible to seek parole after serving 25 years, meaning the earliest he could potentially be released would be in 2043, when he would be 53 years old. There was no dramatic courtroom confrontation, no emotional victim impact statements read aloud, no theatrical displays of remorse or anger. Just a quiet acknowledgement of the terrible thing that had happened on February 10, 2018, and the legal consequences that would follow. Ben Walsh was led away to begin his sentence at a Massachusetts state prison. Olivia Bergstrom remained in the ground, 20 years old forever, her dreams and plans and bright future extinguished. Even now, years later, there are questions about what happened that February night that may never be fully answered. What exactly caused Ben Walsh to snap? Was it the mental illness? The substance abuse? Some toxic combination of both? Had he been off his medications? Had something specific triggered the violence? Or was it simply accumulation of years of internal suffering finally erupting outward? We know that he checked himself out of McLean Hospital 2 days before the murder. We know that his family was trying to help him, that Olivia was trying to help him. But mental health care is complicated, especially when the patient is an adult who has the legal right to refuse treatment, to leave hospitals, to make choices that others might see as dangerous. Ben Walsh's father told reporters that the violence was shocking because of his son's relationship with his mother. He has a lot of respect for my wife, and he cares for her, and she's a person he relies on a lot for support. Michael Walsh said. I know she's not a person he would ever want to hurt, and Olivia was not a person he would ever want to hurt. And yet he did hurt them. He nearly killed his parents. He did kill Olivia. How do we reconcile the person someone is, loving, troubled, trying, with the person they become in their worst moment? How do families move forward when their loved one is both victim and perpetrator, both the son they raised and the stranger who committed unspeakable violence? These are questions without easy answers. They're questions that thousands of families across America grapple with as they navigate the intersection of mental illness, violence, and the criminal justice system. The truth is that mental illness does not excuse violence, but it does help explain it. Ben Walsh was responsible for his actions. He took a young woman's life and traumatized countless others, and yet he was also a person in crisis. Someone whose brain was not functioning the way it should. Someone who needed help that our system failed to provide in time.
Both things can be true simultaneously.
In the years since her death, Olivia Bergstrom's family has worked to keep her memory alive, not as a murder victim, but as the person she truly was. They remember the girl who loved horses, who could spend hours in a barn and come away happy. They remember her passion for healthy living, her talent for vegan cooking, her artistic abilities. They remember her as a beloved daughter, sister, granddaughter, niece, and friend. They remember her Instagram philosophy: ask what makes you come alive, and go do it. Because what the world needs is people who have come alive. Olivia Bergstrom came alive in her 20 years on Earth. She loved deeply. She pursued her dreams. She tried to help someone she cared about, even when he was struggling with demons she couldn't fully understand. Her funeral was held on a winter day in Sherborne, Massachusetts. Friends and family gathered at the Unitarian Universalist Area Church to celebrate her life. They shared memories, shed tears, and promised to honor her by living their own lives with the same passion and commitment she had shown. Olivia is buried now, her gravestone a permanent reminder of a life cut tragically short. But she lives on in the memories of those who loved her, in the stories they tell about her kindness and her spirit, in the way they try to be better people because they knew her. On social media, old posts from Olivia's Instagram remain. Photographs of sunsets, of horses, of happy moments with friends. In one photo, she's with Ben Walsh, and the caption reads, "Thankful for you always." Ben had replied, "I'm a lucky boy." It's heartbreaking to look at now, knowing what came next. But perhaps those words contained their own truth. Perhaps for a time they were both lucky. Two young people who found each other, who loved each other, who tried to build a life together before everything fell apart. The story of Olivia Bergstrom is not unique. Every year in America, intimate partner violence claims the lives of hundreds of women. Some of those deaths are at the hands of abusive partners who have shown warning signs for years. But others, like Olivia's, happen in relationships where love and care existed alongside mental illness and instability. There's no simple lesson here, no easy moral to extract from this tragedy. We can't say if only Olivia had left, because we don't know that she saw any reason to leave. We can't say if only Ben had stayed in the hospital, because adults have the right to refuse treatment. We can't say if only the mental health system had done more, because even our best hospitals and doctors can't prevent every tragedy. What we can say is this: mental illness is real. It's complex. And it affects not just the person suffering from it, but everyone around them: families, partners, friends, communities. We can say that when someone you love is struggling with mental health issues, you are not responsible for fixing them. You are not required to stay in a situation that might put you at risk. Your compassion and love, as powerful as they are, may not be enough to save someone from their own illness. We can say that Olivia Bergstrom deserved to live. She deserved to finish college, to design beautiful interiors, to spend more time with horses and her dog Scarlet. She deserved to grow old, to fall in love again if she chose to become whoever she was meant to become. And we can say that her story matters not just as a true crime narrative, but as a reminder of the fragile nature of the human mind, the devastating impact of untreated mental illness, and the countless small tragedies that unfold every day behind closed doors in apartments and houses across our country. Thank you for listening to tonight's true crime story. Rest peacefully knowing that another story awaits you next time, ready to accompany you on another journey toward restorative sleep. But if you're still awake, don't forget to like and subscribe so you don't miss our next true crime stories. And until next time, stay safe and take care.